Good morning. 8 o'clock on Friday, May 23rd, first day of the long 3-day weekend. And the Tweets R Us crashed the market again. He's I'm going to try not to say what I think here, but hard not to. Very hard not to. I can't seem to find my mouse now either. So welcome to my virtual trading journal. The purpose here is to capture what I'm watching on my screens, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. This is not for financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description here. The times on my charts and that I refer to are Central Standard Time. Excuse me. Doesn't really matter what the news is or the reports. This, I seem to log on to my own stream, so that's magical. Trump came out at 6:20 and just basically trashed everything. Pretty incredible that he feels like he has the authority and should do that. Here are his tweets. There's the first one. He's going to put a big tariff on Apple and 50% tariff on the EU. It hasn't stopped selling yet. Just kind of bottomed out around 57.71 on the MES. So, a few hundred points off. If you'd like to see a more descriptive view of how this is the tweet, and there we are. 21,155 to 2772. So yeah, I'll try to reserve my comments. Anyway, so that there was only housing starts and new home sales this morning, and the rest of it is all about Tweets R Us. It is a long weekend again. And getting on to the pre-market here, I guess. Don't know what else to do, actually. So what do you say about a pre-market like this? What do you say about it? I don't know. There you go. There's 620. Here we are. And this is the second lift, right? This was the second drop. Yeah, that's the first. There's the first drop, and then there's the second drop, and now the third and the fourth. And we're trading down to the bottoms again. I started to jump in on the bookmap side with the normal. I really don't like this ad blocker thing. I'm sorry, I've got I can't log on to my own stream here because of some stupidness. I don't know, with the ad blocker or whatever the hell it is called. I don't know. Anyway, so there we are. Obviously, the market has been disrupted. The auction has been disrupted with some random stupidity that will probably be rolled back again. Who knows? The 145% tariff on China. Now it's 20 or 15 or whatever the hell, and nothing. I want to repeat, nothing has been signed in terms of a trade deal as of this moment. So, who knows what's going to happen other than the economy is going to take a bath and lots of people will lose their jobs and homes and stuff like that. So he'll be pretty happy, I guess. We basically were in a pretty much of a balanced overnight. This is the MNQ here. This is the IRT charting, or Renko charts. I had to switch this to 48 tick Renko from 24 just to get it to fit in the damn window on the MNQ. I'm sorry. This is the MES, the MNQ, the MES daily micro composite, and you see where we are down here. Huge gap down, and to do with all of this ruckus we're having, the POC for the large composite going back to the November 9th of 23 has shifted way down. And we're looking to open here at about the 57.68 level. What did I ask? Going into a 3-day weekend. So there we have that. Now the high and low volume nodes here are, first of all, this is a daily bars in the RTH session. I incorporate a volume profile around all the bars where price overlaps. And by so doing, it generates a microcomposite and a microcomposite VPOC and all the other related high and low and value area and all those things. More importantly is the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines. And they are pushed. Oh, I see one here I got to turn off. They are pushed automatically to bookmap, as are the session prices. Here we are back at bookmap. So here, everything's pretty much off the table. We have traded into this gap now. There's the gap high from the 12th of May. Over here on the micro composite is this gap right here, and we're trading right in the middle of it. So, oops. We'll have another gap that I'll need to place over here at our close, and the RTH low is right up here. So this is going to be kind of confusing. The way I do this is I figure gaps close to open, and this is a gap high. This will be the gap high. And it will be for the 22nd of May, 25. When we open, I will drop in the gap open, and we're right in the middle of all of this now. The POC has been jumped over again. The current microcomposite VPOC is up here at 5907.75, so it's way above us. This POC is from the 27th of March. And I don't think that was taken out. I'm not sure why that's still there, to be honest with you. But what I typically do with these is change the text color to black for a stale number. And we'll see what happens here. So this is the micro composite column. The high and low volume nodes are here. Full session volume profile. RTH section volume profile, which will restart at 0830 this morning, hopefully. It's been lagging up to a minute, and I've pinged bookmap. We'll see what happened. I'm about over this thing. This is the important column for me, and this is the notes column where the first thing I do every morning is change the title of the column to the open type for the day, because when I look back at a snap, the recording, it gives me a lot of information quick. Now, how do you determine the open type? Well, it's real simple. Where we will open today's RTH trading session as it compares to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range. Well, if we're below the RTH session range by, 160, 70, 80 handles, we're pretty much out of range. I don't need to scroll up here and find close, right? And that will dictate then what statistics we choose for the open type that are applicable to these session prices. And in today's market, actually, with this auction after this news abomination front, I should say, to the markets and to our economy, the levels, the statistics will have very, very, very little meaning for me. There's no indicators on my IRT or my bookmap. I have a VWAP for both Globex and full session. I have a POC for both. The POC for the full session is kind of a darker yellow. There's a IB high and low, and they are simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. The POCs are nothing special. They just mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Yeah, that's basically it. Now I'm seeing an issue with the stream here, so I got to figure out what the Christ is going on over here. I think I'll just turn it off and start over. God, I hate this bullshit. I mean, I just want to open my own stream, right? And I'm getting crap about an ad blocker. If there was a way I could instantly get rid of this ad block thing, I would do that so quickly. It would not even be funny. But I don't know exactly what to do. And now it seems that things are back to normal. So I don't know what's going on. But anyway, let's hope, fingers crossed, hope for the best, eh? I'm pretty sure that today's a day I am going to just... I am going to be real cautious here. I could have been easily up to the 50% consistency rule for my my accounts here had I just jumped on over here, but I was a little bit apprehensive about what was going on. I try to be a little bit cautious and not just fire from the hip, which I suppose bites me in the ass a percentage of time. So back to the drama here. The statistics are as follows. They come from this study, which looks backwards at 1,500 days. Why it's not 2,000 on the MES, I'm not sure. It's 2,000 everywhere else. I got to look at that show period. But anyway, there's only 4 open types. Obviously, we're going to be opening lower in range. Of the 1,500 days, we opened lower out of range 225 of them. Think about that. That's only 15% of the days did we open lower out of range in the last 1,500 days. Kind of says that the market has been on an uptrend, right? Anyway, of these 225 days, we price revisited the overnight volume point of control 74.2% of the time. And I can't really, well, let's see, maybe I can. The overnight volume point of control is right there. No, it's not, actually. Where is the overnight? Yeah, it is right there on top of everything else. Everybody's in a big pile here, it looks like. And that's understandable. Like I said, these statistics aren't going to be very meaningful today. So I'm going, the overnight volume point of control settlement, previous open, and yesterday's RTH regular trading session volume profile are all in a pile. All right, so let's just put this over here that we've got 74.2% of the time, and I'll show you how I do this. So there is a percentage for the previous. Jesus, and the mid is covered up too. Wow. That's pretty amazing. I don't know how to do this here. I can't widen out anymore because of this goddamn book map bullshit. Because there's in the way, I can't widen out, right? That's as wide as it'll go, supposedly. Unless I scale way out to some ridiculous nanosecond thing, which is what this thing can get way out into percentages of a second. So what I was trying to do here was, let's get back to the statistics. I was trying to get back to the overnight high, which is a 90.7% of the time in the opening lower outer range did we hit the overnight high. 90.7, okay? Now, I am going to have to go way up here somewhere, up into the 8s. Jesus, this is ridiculous. Okay, where's the overnight high? Well, it's right under here, under the developing value area high someplace. And that's 90.7% of the time. So these numbers are meaningless today. I mean, these statistics, essentially. The overnight low is 71.1% of the time. Well, we actually can see that one, so I'll put it in here. All right. I don't know what to do with the rest. Previous low, that might be one. The previous low is 66.2. And you see how ridiculous or how broken the market actually is now because of this news event, which obviously disrupts the auction. Here, it's a 66% probability we're going to get to the previous low. It's a 71% probability we're going to get to the overnight low. Well, let's see now. If you scratch your head a minute, you're going to realize that in order to get down here from up here, you're going to have to go through this one first. And the overnight mid is 67.1. So it's all pretty much broken. Good time to go out for a walk, I guess, or go do something else fun. Hey, Antonio, good morning. What a cluster, huh? Did you see all of this? I don't know. Let me show you financial juice. Just take a break here to... Well, here you go. Trump has decided that he doesn't like the EU anymore, and he's going to smack Apple, and there's the dollar index, and there's what happened to the market at 622 this morning. And here's Apple. And here's the S&P based on his Apple tweet. So obviously the market is upside down to do with news. So the auction is going to have to reset and figure out what to do. And remember that this is a holiday weekend. Monday is a bank holiday. So yeah, exactly. Back to the tariff drama. Absolutely. You know, fell on his ass with Canada, fell on his ass with China, fell on his ass with Mexico. So I guess now he's going to attack you guys. Jesus, Christopher Christ. Eh? What a dunce. And the thing that seems so obvious to me is this is just basically New York street thug muscle stuff. I don't understand why the rest of the world does admit, recognize that maybe, but I don't really understand why I don't understand how they're getting away with it, how he's getting away with it. But I guess he's got such a control over those little cuckolds like that Mike, whatever his name is, the house guy. And I guess, I don't know. Anyway, it's a, have 3 days to not have to think about it. So that's kind of good, I guess. Where am I now? So, yeah. The statistics essentially are going to have not a hell of a lot to do with anything, in my opinion. Again, we are clear. We're going to open way down, wherever the mouse went, way down here. Here's where we're trading right now. And we're going to open right smack in the middle of this gap from long ago. Actually below the VPOC for the major structure of 11/9/2023. So we've jumped over that. We've jumped over all of this stuff, and we're down here in the middle of this gap. So, who the hell knows what's going to happen, basically. What's going on here now? Okay. Come on, you son of a bitch. I had to jump this out to, well, it didn't stick either. That's weird. Huh. I had widened this out to 48 ticks in order to just be able to see the damn thing, and it didn't remember that. So that's kind of interesting. There you see what happened. It's from 620. Pretty dramatic. Okay. Back to the case at point. So we did get a VPOC. We got a VPOC migration shift. If you're a big boy, you can throw one on there. It looks like they've kind of bottomed out. I guess maybe they needed to put some traders on oxygen or, use the defibrillators or something. I don't know. But we've got liquidity pretty much piled up on both sides of it at this point. And that doesn't really have any bearing because we're in that gap. So how the hell are you going to see where we got any bearing there? But yeah. Ooh, 822. I'm hesitant to even do this screen snap for TLab. So the TLab snap, I will push out with reservation here. I didn't realize it was 823 already. So there you go, and I didn't spell doesn't right, so there's that. So that snap is out. The TLab, as Antonio knows, but maybe somebody else doesn't, is the Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B., who has been trading about 46 years, and I, from all intents, all appearances, is very successful at it. I like his philosophies about risk management and basically approach to the market and demeanor, and a trader's main goal is for account preservation, etc. So it's the only site that I recommend in the Discord, in the description here. It's called the Traders Lab by Bookmap Discord server, and it's completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, so you can take advantage of all of the resources there. And there's a good bunch of traders, Rod, and Antonio, and Lefty, and Garrett, and a bunch of people whose names are evading me, but you get the point. And it's more of a serious outfit. So where in the hell am I now? Oh, yes, it would be important to be able to trade at this point. And in order to do that with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel with this button of the padlock. It opens this up, and then you must choose an interaction method with your mouse and the application. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is in this data column, active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place is on the DOM columns. And if you choose both, wait for it, drum roll, both. I am trying to convert to the mouse because I think the entries and delay times are quicker. I also have all my hotkeys set up for the keyboard, and that's how I've used to trade always. The only thing that you need to remember if you set up your keyboard is that you have to have focus on the browser for the keyboard to work. If I've clicked somewhere on IRT and then I look at Bookmap and try to enter a trade with the keyboard, it doesn't work because the focus is not over here. That's why you see me clicking this header often, is to bring the focus back. Obviously, if you trade with a mouse, there you go. It's got focus. The next thing I do is trade with multi-brackets, and in this case, I'm using a 4-lot 12-tick stop for risk neutral. The risk neutral package needs to be an even number of contracts, the stop for which is the same for all of the package, and the risk neutral scale, the first take profit target, is for half the package and for the same amount of ticks as is the stop. At that point, once you've achieved the risk neutral scale, the worst that you can do is scratch, and then there's these two runners. So there you go. Now, we may be back in the high volatility mode again. I don't know. We had gotten out of that. So I'm going to be real wait and see-ish over here. The next thing I do after I've set multi-brackets and set the trade control panel is confirm the number of contracts in the package. Then I click this again. It stays green. Padlock stays open. You can trade with a mouse or however. But I get the real estate back and I don't trade my P&L. And we're going to open here in 3 minutes, and I'm real curious to see whether this column resets or not. And we're right at the lows of everything. Wherever we open is where I will put the gap low for today. I don't know if I forgot something or not, but maybe. Probably. Let's see here now. I don't know what I might have forgotten to say or do. Did the 2-lot package, did the TLab, did the snap. All bets are off. Pre-market's pretty much useless. Here we are. Back in the middle again. Oh, I did quickly jump over to TopStep X and took 2 trades. The first one I took late, got stopped, and then jumped on the second one immediately and got 50 or 60 points out of it. Got back my loss plus up 50. So, that was just the quickest thing. I should have quickly grabbed the IRT or the Bookmap, but I wasn't real... I don't know what to say. I wasn't real convinced what was going on yet, and I hadn't, gone through financial juice and all that kind of stuff, but it was pretty clear that we were having a big drop for some reason, so I thought I'd throw one on with TopStep. There's that. Okay, we're going to open in a minute, and I'll be right back. I've made a conscious decision here to move away from, well, I had until this. I'm to think about it. That's pretty funny to even say. So here we are open now. We haven't reset the RTH session. We don't have our open flag over there, but it is at 5784 even. So we've got a 5784 even right there. Boom, boom. And I'm getting that off of IRT. 5784. And this is going to be the gap low. How low can you go, baby? Oh, sorry. And I just do that by setting the reason I picked up the open over here. The open is at 87.84. IRT, got it, no problem. And, you know, we're having VPOC migrations here, but this piece of crap is not picking them up yet. Now we settled. Well, thank you so much. And we had one here. I'm going to have to, I'm getting real sick of this shit, you know. I'm going to have to go to support, say, fix this mess, or I'm going to move to something else. I'm about over it, really. I'm at a point where I'm not sure that I'm getting enough benefit out of Bookmap to justify it. And if you look at my trading results, the answer to that would be absolutely not. And you're trading with IB. Do you use, what is it called, Trader something or another, the IB application, or do you just execute through IB and you chart elsewhere, Antonio? Not that it's any of my business, but, you know, just curious. So here we have the full session volume profile, volume point of control. And here we have the RTH session, and we're struggling to make some headway up. IB high and low again, or the high and low of the first 1 hour. And in this case, it doesn't look like much because it's been such a volatile time, but that's 10 points, right? So now what I need to do is widen this out so that I can get some perspective. And yeah, give me a lot of shit about whatever. Okay, let's see if I can get out to 5 minutes. Try to get these making some sense again. I don't know if I can. So there's 5 minutes. We're on 5 minute increments. That's what these candlesticks are, and just use those for reference, basically. And we're on about 2.5 points here. Or 1.25, or two, yeah, 1.25 on the scaling, which irritates the hell out of me. And we're getting a little bit of covering back up. I'm going to now switch to something. There we go. Full session. I mean, the RTH session. I don't know what's going on, but Discord is flashing and jumping all over the freaking place. Come on, you son of... I have talked enough number of times about what you see where we're opening down here in the gap, trading up a little bit towards this VPOC for the major profile. Try to get back to normal here. I do this so that the developing and the previous, or the VPOs, V volume highs and lows, are accurate. And also you can easily visualize the gap, right? Pretty obvious when we're going to close that. I mean, it will be obvious if and when we close that. Let me put it differently. And save that. This, by the way, I guess, you know, Antonio knows, is this is the mini. Same exact configuration. And these are the micros. So, yeah, if somebody took that open long, here's our open, this little pink guy right here. And there we have the gap low. Now, remember that this gap high is from the previous gap, which was put in on May 12th, right here, this gap. Okay, there's the gap high and there's the gap low. Where we are now is a whole new one from here to here. Two different ones, two different gaps. We're having gapitosis here. Screaming idiot. Yeah, so we're on the 5-minute numbers. We're on a hell of a big wide gap over here of 2.5 points. No, 1.5. IB high back up here to the Globex VWAP, which pulled way back. Mid, that's interesting. And what was that? I need to pull this down. I don't remember the statistic anymore, but it traded down right before the close. You notice that the IRT highlights the proper column or open type after we have opened. 73.9 is the overnight volume point of control probability. And I want to go over here to this one and put in correctly 73.9. And then I'm going to have to wander up the street here to where this came from, which is way up here somewhere. And I think it was right behind here. No. Well, I thought that was it. Why did I have 74.2? Anyway, get rid of that. What was 74.2? I'm all confused. I need to go back to bed. Maybe I can get Mama to take pity on me. Well, I guess that statistic changed right at the last minute there, 73.9 instead of 74.2. So I think we're pretty much okay. And not that it makes any difference whatsoever, but, you know, I try to have it be accurate so that when the streams are accurate and just, I guess I'm just old and anal enough to think that's important. So we've had one bump, two bumps, little steps up in the VPOC migrations from the open. Now let me see what I got going on here. I've got my I've got trade control panel set, 4 lots. What are we swinging? Let's see here. I have a real little cheat sheet over here. Got to set this to RTH now. Here's what you do with this thing. So there's the RTH. So here we go. Here's our gapitosis, right? This is TopStep X again, which is real clunky as far as I'm concerned. And it kind of puzzles me because it's built on, I think that's already here, but let's check. It's built on TradingView, which I thought was fairly comprehensive and user-friendly, but this, you know, you can't do bracket orders, and there's a whole lot of horseshit. I think they bought a white label version, which is a little on the stripped down side of life, maybe. I don't know. So here's our gap, and there we are. And what was I just going to do here? Yes. Here's the ATR. So we're at 50.89. So that's kind of wide with the look back. And I may not have this thing set right. ATR, inputs. I don't know, 14 ticks. Maybe you put 2. I don't know. I don't know what to do with an ATR, to be honest with you. But that says we're at 71, 76. So where I was going with this was, quite obviously, we're in a high volatility environment again. So let's just look at the here and now. This candle is swinging between 93 and 97, 4 handles. So my stop loss and my scale is at 12 ticks or 3 handles. During the last round of craziness with tariffs, I created high volatility, which have a 24 tick stops, and then a long runner on the 96 ticks. Perhaps I will leave that as it is. I also created a 4 tick or a 4 contract high volatility. My thinking here is that until I see how this smooths out, I won't enter. But if something happens that I do, I will. I can always adjust them closer. I have a rule to never widen a stop. So if I put on a 12 tick and I realize that we're way too volatile, I'll need to widen that out and then widen out the first risk neutral target. But if I start with a 24 ticks, I can come in, and that makes me feel better psychologically that I'm not violating a rule. I have a real, I think it's really important to never widen a stop. In other words, to never move your stop away from entry. That's why it's called a stop, not a, not mental masturbation. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. So you use TV. That's right. And it's a pretty friendly deal, isn't it, Antonio? I mean, I think do you not find it more user friendly and feature rich than the TopStep, whatever it's called, TopStep X? That's what I was thinking. I've watched a few videos like everybody else on YouTube and stuff, and people trading on it. And for example, the volume profile and the this and the that, it seemed to me to be pretty normal. And I thought, oh, well, great. That's, good for them. And still good for them. I mean, obviously, but Batak is a clever boy, and he thought up, he's the one that invented the prop space, started TopStep, and is taking it to where it is now. So my hat's off to the guy. He's a, farm kid from Nebraska. A ranch kid from Nebraska, but certainly not a stupid one. In addition to making money trading, he bought a bunch of property in Chicago and with his trading money, and he owns a home and lives in Aspen, Colorado. If you know anything about that, you know how I think you can't buy a parking space for under $1 million. So yeah, he's and gets has an office right on the main street there. If you look at TopStep TV ever, the one of the break photos is right out the office, the TopStep office window in Aspen, right at the base of the lifts there where the little street is that they walk on with their skis and stuff. And I think he's on the slope 200. He's got his 200-day pin, which means he's on the slope 200 days a year. So good for him. It's all breaking his way, obviously. And obviously wanted to make money for himself and his company, no question about it. But I don't think ever had devious or, like some of these prop shops, I don't think have the same motivation. And now TopStep's big focus is to get away from funded traders, basically. They want to get people funded as move to live accounts, and that's where the SEC is looking, I think. So the trick is to get through your eval and your XFAs and get into a live account quickly and that's why I'm going to move back to minis from micros if I can. That was my plan today until, Nuts or Us got on True Social. Because it's just at $1, like $50 instead of 500. I want to get this back. I want to get back to where I was. I was within $250 or $300 of passing this combine. Now, this is only a 50K combine. I don't know which one you're doing. I've thought a lot about, I've never done 150 that I remember. I've been funded with TopStep before. I think I told you that story, but the 50K with that 1,000 drawdown is daily loss limit and a $2,000 or whatever it's called, main loss limit or whatever they call that. It's pretty tight. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Are you doing the trade copy to other evaluations? I think I showed you that, I hope. If I didn't, I will now. The multi-account trading. Well, see, I'm glad I did this because I didn't have it turned on yet, football. What you do is, this is for just 2 accounts. This is for the 3. Tick here. Confirm these are the accounts. That's the master. These are the other 2. Save, boom, bang, crash. And then every trade you take on this account, which I've selected already on Bookmap is, the 1, it immediately copies to the other 2. And if I can add 2 more of those to get up to 5 combines and then 5 XFAs. And that's how these guys are parlaying money. I mean, think about it. If you make $1,000, you got $5,000 in a day. Whether that's valid or not, I don't know, or just, leaning on the gambler thing and the dopamine problem, I don't know. But it's, I've heard several people have said, well, I was really averse to it. And several people said, well, that's pretty stupid. Why? And I got to thinking about it and I couldn't think of a good reason either. I mean, if you copy it and you don't have to do anything and you can suddenly be paid money based on that, well, why not? I think. The rules have changed some. I think the maximum payout you can get now is $5,000 at once on XFAs. But you can do that every week, or you've got to have 5 days of profitable trading in a row or something, $200 or something like that. But if you've got 5 accounts, that's 5 days of $1,000 a day, and then you can take $5,000. And you can still pass the combine in 2 days. That is legal and verified. Just this morning, actually, I saw somebody post that, one of the guys on TopStep, Hogue or somebody. You can pass it in 2 days, and that qualifies for the consistency rule and whatever else, which I have a question about. But, it's their ball and their bat, so it's none of my business. And they're paying people real dollars for SIM accounts. How much longer that can last before some government gets involved, a regulator. who knows? That's why I want to get this done. And I'm so sorry that timing was wrong back in late February for this go around, and that I had my funded account back in 21 when I got funded, and then I didn't try it again until recently. And I just had to let it go because they closed it for inactivity because we were moving from KL. Didn't know that. And I'd admit I didn't call anybody and whine and cry. You know, maybe I could have gotten somewhere, but I didn't. Oh, okay. Well, I had done that too forever. And then I got to listening to a few people and thinking about it. And I thought, well, why the hell why not? Now, if I could get and I have a real discount on these too. So that's another thing, because I had gotten these combines some time ago. I think my TopStep Hex is $18. And the ones that I trade here are $29, $25. If I could get two more at that price, I'd go 5 and see what the hell happens. I mean, can't hurt, I guess. But I do need to switch away from micros to minis, assuming we're not in the tariff volatility story again, so that I can get this over with and not make a career out of, being patient and passing a combine. Oh, man. Well, I have no clue what we're doing. We're certainly not closing the gap. We're just fluffing around down here. Got about a 25 or 6 point range so far, which again is kind of, we're at 2.5 points here. I got to get this up where it makes sense. There we go. Now we're $1 wide. $1 wide and 5 minutes spread. I don't know if I forgot something or not, but anyway. And don't forget a 3-day weekend. I don't know which one. It's Memorial Day or Labor Day. I never can remember which is when. One's in the fall and one's in the spring, and I never remember which is who. Okay, let's see now. So we're on the micros, and there's the gap, and yeah, here we are down here. Nine o'clock is the housing number. Whether that could possibly have any, mean anything or not, I got no idea. I think. Yeah, home sales, new home sale at 9. Look at this market on open imbalances. All sell side last night. Oh no, 2 million buy side on the Mag 7. Last night, S&P buy side market on close was 1,695,000,000 shares style or contract. And they were all way up there. They were, in fact. Right there. 1,695,855,507,000,000 and 600. Ooh, the devil, 666. All buy side. And they go to bed and wake up to that one. And then that one. And now we're down, I don't know how many handles. 622, and I just had walked in here and was getting organized and had put up the, snap, and then all of a sudden I see this big crater and wonder what the hell. I mean, I knew exactly what the hell it was at 6:22 in the morning or 6:20 in the morning, and it sure as hell wasn't any kind of a number coming out. So that's pretty obvious. So what am I forgetting to do here? Well, I got the open, the pre-market, the 2-lot package. I've got this set up to go. Again, some useless crap with TopStep X. Not useless crap, but at $50 a trade is going to take, here, what is this now, 52 or 53? 50,200 and something, you got to get to 53. Got to get to 53. That's good for Michael Patak, but I'm not so sure it's good for me. What I mean. And it's because I have a sense of urgency now. I don't have the luxury of time. That's another one, and hopefully you do. And because I think that's the right approach, slow and steady wins the race, right? And methodically and vet a trade and take one set up and, manage your risk and all those things are all very valid and very true. But I don't have that luxury. I need to up the game to get into the payout department. Back in the night, right around 2000, I had an IB account, I think I told you. And in those days, they were by far the cheapest in terms of trading costs, commissions, etc. And you had access to pretty much all the markets. I mean, all of Europe and Japan and DAX and FTSE and any markets that you wanted to trade, of course, futures. And in those days, I was foolish enough to think that I was trading equities and making something. I don't know if that's still the case, but the trader workstation or whatever they call it was pretty funky as far as clunky kind of. And I haven't looked at it since, but I'm sure it's I always admired that guy. I forget his name. That Austrian or whatever he is that started it. Yeah, probably. Yeah, might be. Might be Hungarian. It's still based in New York, right? I still get. I might still have an account with him. I still get email, a daily email thing from Interactive Brokers. Yeah, he seemed like a good guy. I mean, obviously wanted to make money, but I don't think he ever set out to really screw people. I think he recognized that the probability of winners and losers is what it is in the markets, and I think he just kind of went with that. I think, but that's the opinion I always had of him. And then I suppose that his philosophy trickled down through the organization. I saw an interview with him. I think it was from CNN or CNBC. I think it was pretty good. It was on YouTube. If you have an opportunity. He doesn't believe in patents. He believes that they stifle creativity. He invented the first touchpad computer for trading back in the 70s. Oh no, I guess it would have been the 90s maybe. Uh, yeah, it's some pretty funny stuff. Yeah. I mean, he seems to have a good sense of humor too. He's not afraid to laugh at himself and whatever else. That was a pretty interesting interview I saw. Well, I hope you're making money. I'm just standing here like a bump on a log, smelling breakfast. Seems like my malaria has finally gotten over with again, or whatever the hell it was. That's kind of good. Couple or 3 weeks of that's getting pretty old. Needless to say. I don't know why I missed these guys up here dancing all over the place. We got 105 contracts laying here at this one. Hi, Panda. You going to say good morning to Antonio? Antonio, you want to say good morning? Got to teach her how to say bom dia. Well, that might have been the, I don't know what that was, actually. Let's check. Well, let's see. New home sales was up a little bit. But that's a 9 o'clock number, so I don't know what this 9:05 story is all about. That's all I'm seeing on the juice here. I don't know. So, yeah, I don't have any idea why that did that. Except we are back. We did just test the IB high there. Not in the IB statistic yet, of course, but yeah, well, yeah, but you know, if you don't take risk and trade, then you don't make any money. So, yeah, I know it's a double-edged sword, man. I hear you. But hopefully you're in a situation financially where you're able to take some time to do this. That's where I was until the end of February when I suddenly was careerless. Well, it seems that we're pretty thoroughly stuck in the middle here, huh? Pretty thoroughly stuck in the middle. And now just exactly where in the hell is the middle? Where's not the middle? There we go. So we're way above mid VWAP and POC. Okay. Likely headed for higher ground, I guess. And we just put that IB high in a few minutes ago. From the looks of it, yep. So we're chuggling up to that IB high, huh? If I had to guess, I'd say that we were going to have an IB failure, but every time I say that, it makes a fool out of me. So I'm not not going to say it anymore. Okie dokie. What now? What now? Can't exactly say we're barcoding in a range. This stupid ad block thing is really irritating. I don't know what any of this bullshit even is. So the old developing value area high, IB high story again. Back and forth. The thing that worries me is well, we've got 365 contracts laying up here at 1475. Been in there for a while. I'd say we're going to take it out. That liquidity will be a draw up there. Excuse me. So here we are in a definite consolidation. Which way it's going to go, who the hell knows? I don't know how to do anything with this thing. Huh. It doesn't do it. Why not? That's pretty stupid. Oh, there we go. And I'm standing here talking to myself, and we got the IB high out. And an IB failure. God damn it. And I'm busy trying to put IB high and low lines over here on this thing, and it didn't even show that we took it out yet. That's pretty interesting. And it has clearly been taken out on the on Bookmap. Very clearly. And here we go again. And now it's not over here on TopStep. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? I don't know how to do that. There we go. Now, I don't know what these are all about, but I don't want them there anymore. Huh. I don't know what those lines are doing, what all this crap's about, but I don't want it to be there. I don't know. I don't know why it's got this crap or what you do about that. That's stupid. That's pretty stupid. And now we have a VPOC migration higher. We have an IB statistic out, and we've pulled back to something. So that looks like an IB failure, huh? So far, it was an IB failure, and it worked. And we still don't have an IB stat out on the trading view thing of TopStep X, which is pretty darn disappointing. And I don't know how to get rid of this stupid shit over here. I don't know what any of this means. Huh. Fucking stupid shit. So there we go. IB failure. Unless you're looking on TopStep X, and then there's not an IB yet. Clearly that was taken there. 486 stops out, then 37. So that's clear. That's a really good IBF, and I was busy fussing around with something, and I think I'm my own worst enemy. Okay, thanks, Antonio. Yeah, I was just trying to put an IB line in here because I haven't figured out how to do do that, you know, or find it. I haven't. One of the things with this TopStep X thing is you can't use indicators that are available to you on your regular trading view thing. So that's annoying. Not that it matters. Look at this son of a bitch sell off with an IB failure perfect. Yeah. So what do I have? Coordinates, stats. Always show stats. There we go. I bet that's it right there. No. That didn't do it. Well, I don't want angle. I don't want angle. I don't want distance. I don't want time and range. Bars and range. Change in pips. Pips. Percent change. Price change. I don't want any of that. There we go. So there you go. Thanks, man. I was thinking always show stats would be the likely suspect, but there you go. Thinking again. I get in trouble every now and then when I do that. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Yeah. Okay, dokie. Now that I've been preoccupied with some meaningless horseshit and missed an IB failure trade, I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased with myself. Thanks for the heads up there. Yeah, it's amazing the pressure. I'll tell you something that I recognize, and I think you are as well. When I'm doing this combine thing, it's just like real money to me. Boy, the stops, the targets I consider, I commiserate, you know, I all of that. And really, who the shit cares, you know? I mean, yeah, get up here and throw on an IB failure, asymmetric trade location and see what happens. I mean, and that's how a lot of people do it. But yeah, I'm exactly the same way. I've never had any laissez-faire attitude towards these combines. It's always been like real money, sweating, you know, not sweating, well, in some cases, I guess, but, you know, paranoia and fear of losing and all that kind of stuff. Absolutely. I view it exactly as if it's my real live dollars account. And intellectually, I know it's absolutely not and completely different, but yeah, it is funny. Yeah, and there you go with your, you know, your one about losing trades. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not entering these because I actually listened to something pretty interesting this morning. If I can figure out how the hell to about things we've got to get over to become successful at this, and that's exactly one of them. Fear of losing trades, and you know, to do with our monkey mind and all these things. And it's interesting how all of the stuff ties together. Tasty Trade and Tom Sawzoff and those guys talk about occurrences for your probabilities and your statistics, and of course Tom talks about vetted trades all the time, and what's his name, the best loser guy, is talking about statistics, and then of course there's, you know, Ray Dalio and Paul Tudor Jones and the quintessential trader of all time, Simmons, or Jim Simons, with the Renaissance technology. You know, that's all they did. That's all they did was Monte Carlo simulations and and it was the most successful hedge fund in the world. But yeah, I know exactly. I'll try to find that and see if I can figure out how to do that. Let's see here. I don't remember what account. Oh, maybe. Here you go. Oh, but let's see how to do that. Let's see if I can copy this link. Share. I don't want to do that, I don't think. I don't know how to share something. Okay, copy the link. This is a pretty good, I'm going to paste this in the chat, I hope. Oh, shit. Yeah, I guess I can do that. When I'm all confused. Yeah, there you go. Man, too many keyboards, too many computers, too many windows. I'm an old guy. This is tough. Chewing gum and walking is about the extent of my multitasking. Yeah, there you go. So if watch that or listen to that guy when you have time, and I didn't vet a guy, but it's real good common sense, short, about a few things you need to actually be, get over or get your mind away from. And basically it's that it boils down to your subconscious believes what your mind tells it, right? And if you continue to say you're a loser and you're gonna, you get all dopamine and all hyper about a loss or whatever like that, well, then it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's not what he says. That's kind of something that I say. Oh, you don't see what I just posted here? Huh. That's pretty weird. Okay, I'll see if I can figure out how to do that on the other one. Wow, I didn't realize that. Huh. I'm looking at the stream on YouTube where I see you. And I just, okay, let me see if I can find that on somewhere else here. Damn it. Thanks, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I'd call you all kind of funny names out here. I don't think I've ever typed anything up there to you, so I'm pretty sure that's not a... What the hell do I want to do now? Let's see. History. Now I got to change YouTube accounts here. YouTube account is it? Shit, I don't know how to do it. Huh. That's pretty weird. Oh, here we go. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, crap. Well, okay, I'll just go through my accounts one at a time until I figure out the one that's good for you. Would have thought it was that one, but maybe up here. Oh, that can't be that. $49. Okay, I know what to do. I will do something here. I don't know what. That's pretty weird. I guess I got more YouTube accounts than I know. Switch account. Okay. Oh, I think I'm narrowing in on it there, dude. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm at the part where I have to remember my password, so, this could take a while. Got too many goofy bullshit. And then I out clever myself, right? I don't want that. Oh, well. What are we doing? Well, we're trading back across, so they're going to go down and take out the damn other one again, I guess. Okay. Why isn't this working? Ah, damn, that's irritating. That's pretty amazing. I'll figure it out at some point here, but it's interesting that I'm logged on and can't get to the passwords via the password manager in Google. Huh. Yeah, I'll get that. I'll pull it up and then I'll let you know what it is here. And I listened to it on my phone, which is also weird. And then I found it here, no problem, in history. And now it doesn't want to be on the history of my other two machines, which I can easily, especially this one that I can easily drop in the chat. Oh, that's pretty frickin' stupid. Okay. It's called You Must Overcome This, and it's Dave Scott Trades. He's got 60,000 views, and it's only 24 minutes long. I'm not subscribed to it. I just bumped into it this morning. The fact is so weird that I just can't, I can't log on my other machine. Even, I have the logon name, but I can't get the password to work. The total is, so you must overcome this. And then the blurb to the right says, once you overcome this, you'll make unlimited money trading. Dave Scott Trades. And I could, like I said, I posted the thing. It's so weird that I can't see the, Oh, there you go. Cool. Good for you. All right. Well, I'm going to stop looking then. Great. Yeah, at some point over the weekend or whatever, just give it a listen. It's just common sense. But, I guess the more you hear common sense, maybe eventually some will soak in. That's what I think about myself anyway. And here we are in a tight range. Context is essentially up. And I've got these two, we got a horizontal head and shoulders going on here. I don't know about those trades, whether I think of what I think about that stuff. We seem to be pretty stuck right here, huh? And this high is just at this POC from my, and I realize this is self-fulfilling prophecy, just like trend lines or whatever. Who in the hell says that anybody else on the planet is looking at a volume profile from November 9th, 1123? And if it was any other day, this VPOC would be somewhere else. So that's the part that always tickles me when guys are going, oh, look, it turned right on that fib or on that trend line. Or, well, yeah, you draw enough lines around there, it's going to hit on something. Trend line's the same thing. There's a couple of guys on older traders on TopStep thing that are talking about the 200 MA, the 50, and the 20. If the 50 crosses under the 200, they all call it the death cross. It's like which makes a certain amount of sense that it's looking at lower ground. Whether that holds up or not, I don't know. I don't use those, but now over here on the, I have put these on just to see what I think about them. So here's I think that's the 200, and there's the 50. So you see it was below, and now it's crossed above. No, this is the 200, and this is the 50. I gotta, yeah, maybe change the colors or something. This is the 200 MA and this is the 50. So this would be indicating to any of these, old floor trader guys that this is definitely in a downtrend, and it is turning up a little bit, but they would consider that to be a real problem. Here's our naked volume points of control. Well, there's a naked one right there that's holding us, and there's the 200 moving average, and boy, they're all it's a confluence, right? If you look at all these things together. So I don't know what to say. You're going to go away like I asked you to, like a nice boy? Thank you so much. Okay. So if you want to look at those lines again, the 200 moving average, the naked volume point of control, and all of those are right here. And if you want to believe them, the fact that the 50 is way under the 200, and if you notice that it's been trending down, and we did break above the 200 for a period of time there, and now we're back under it. We've gapped back under it again. And I have no clue whether any of that makes sense. I'm just parroting what I hear those guys jabber about. And again, it's like, well, it's like Dakota. Okay, he doesn't have VWAP, anything on his charts, but 5-minute candle and 100, and then when he wants to be in a trade, he looks at the 100 tick at the same time. Period. Makes, $5,000 today, 10 grand yesterday, 8 grand tomorrow, you know what I mean? Consistently, boom-bitty, boom-bitty, boom. And trades just a couple of trades a day. Well, that's exactly the performance that I would like to have for myself. So I start to wonder if I'm overanalyzing it and buying into this, thinking it's kind of some sort of a badge of honor that I don't use indicators or whatever as an example. Maybe the thing to do is just trade, I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm saying just talking out loud here. Yeah, there you go. I thought of you this morning when I was listening to that. Because it resonated with me. So, and now what's going to resonate with me is an app. Oops, got to get Tam up here. Hold on. Yeah, but Bruce is using Bookmap. What I mean is this guy, he has one TopStep X chart up, well, two, and that's it. And I think he has a dome up also. Because he does a level 2 dome. Because he frequently is looking at liquidity. Like, oh, look, there's a 500 something or another at 15 or whatever, you know what I mean? Well, you can go there. Just go to TopStep TV, slow markets, and you can watch all you want to. I'm not particularly fond of this guy, Barron. He seems to spend a lot of time talking about how tall he is and what his Discord people are saying. And how he blew up 5 XFAs that were $100,000, but by just going on till one day and stuff, crazy stuff like that. Which maybe he's a good trader and he's on the leaderboard, I believe. But they've started having him do some stuff, help out like one day a week at night with slow markets. Typically, the other guy, Jay, the black guy, the only black guy that trades on TopStep, actually, who spends a lot of time looking at volume, but he doesn't use volume profile. He uses these volume bars, and he uses Quant Tower. So maybe he does have volume profile also, but he doesn't. When they're showing trades that they're taking on TopStep TV or whatever, they have TopStep X up. So I don't know. And it's just like Hogue, the old guy there. I know for a fact he trades. His big thing is market profile, and obviously that's not available. He does that on Quant Tower, if I remember. That was like one of the first programs they had back in 2015 or something like that. And here we go, back off at the bottom, up towards that IB again. Can't believe I missed that IB failure. Yeah, he's trying to do that on Tuesdays, which I was kind of like you. Was like, okay. But he does, if you watch the trades from the beginning, it'll be like, he just, okay, we had support here, and we have resistance up here. And I think this looks like, it looks like this support's going to hold, and we're going to go up, for example. And he does that by, well, let me show you. See if I can do this. Oops. Sort of. Now I think he just uses I don't know this shit at all, sorry. Where's a goddamn box? Just a rectangle without anything else. Because I've got all these, well, this might work. He'll go, okay, well, we had support right here. Oh, no, that's not it at all. It's all these things I don't want on there. Just a plain gray box, however you draw that. Okay, well. I don't want all this extra measure shit. I just want a plain old box. Anyway. Well, just forgive these arrows and shit when I was trying to measure this. I mean, using them to measure stuff with. But he'll just go, well, let's see, we had support. Looks like the market was supporting across here. And we've tested out of that, and we tested through that. There's a wick down. It's a 3-bar reversal, and I believe we're going to go up, for example. And I'm targeting this resistance, or I'm targeting this level up here where we had some resistance and we had support down here. That's it. That's the extent of it. But yeah, he's talking about and Tuesday. Well, that's interesting. Tuesday, he did, it's going to kind of be Tuesdays, I think, the technical thing, because other people have asked the same question, I'm sure. And Tuesday is the day that he's by, well, Monday night or Sunday night, he's by himself, and Tuesday's by himself. Monday and Wednesday he's got that J fella. And then Thursday they've added this Barron guy, who, you know, you may like him, but he does fibs and a bunch of stuff. But the thing that impressed me about, boy, I can't believe I'm so stupid. I can't even figure out how to just get a plain rectangle in this thing. That is pretty pathetic, isn't it? This fib thing is kind of interesting. What's his name uses this. He measures stuff like he'll go, okay, we've got, this move was, and it'll tell you, you know, the points to here, and here's 50% of the move. So we've retraced to 50% of that move. That's kind of a nice tool. I've noticed. That's why I put it on over here, trying to figure out how to use it. But I can't believe I can't find just a plain damn box. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. I would have thought right here. Oh, maybe it is right here, and you get rid of all those, like you were saying a minute ago, you get rid of all those arrows and shit. Maybe. Anyway, you get the idea. And here's our little delta ball up here on buy delta, and we're going to head back up to the IB apparently. Yeah, Dakota, yeah. Anyway, so it's official. I can't figure out how to do that. Get back over here and see what's happening over here. Well, we are just basically trading the range. So if you're buying the bottoms and selling the tops, you're doing great today. Having said that, of course, the minute it gets back up here for the second test of the IBI and I sell it, it'll go parabolic straight up and close the gap. So you get ready to short. You get ready to go long when I short up here at the top, and one of us will come out of this okay. And you've got to get over to the stream. Have a good Friday. Have a good weekend, and it's remember it's the holiday over here, so see you Tuesday, I guess. Yeah, you too. All right, so here we are through that IB high once again, assuming that they're actually going to get through there. I wonder what's going on over here now. Oh, something's way off here. We're trading up through the IB right now on Bookmap. Oh, I can make a screen grab of both of these together, I think. Yes, I can. And not even close on TopStep X. And now I suppose they're going to close the gap. Or who the hell knows what.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well,
Order
we'll do
submitted.
this and see what happens.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
See how IRT picks it up. I may move these stop in and target up. I've got this on the 4-lot high volatility. We'll see whether that's right or wrong. Looking like it's wrong at the moment. I mean, the trade decision was wrong. And I should have taken advantage up here, and then I would have been well above this liquidity. So we'll see. We'll see. That's pretty darn weird, the TopStep thing. That's a real puzzle to me. Huh. Stop's taken. There we go. That didn't last long. And where is our gap? Gap's at 58.42. And I have no clue what to think about this now. I don't guess there's any news. I don't guess there's anything. Other than bad timing on my part. And again, you see, had I gotten a short here, I'd be well above these highs. Now and it's only 1 point above my stop. So that's pretty poor timing. This is a bad spot to enter again because it's, 5 points off the high. Really irritating. Why don't I see that? Used to have a button to turn off those trade things there, but maybe not anymore. Is the high time frame stepping in to say we're going higher? That was the primo entry for the risk mean reversion. Damn it. And now it's a chase. So now it's not a good thing. That's pretty darn irritating. Looks like they're trying to hold that IB high pretty. Things are pretty crazy here. So I guess if you had to actually bet on it, the context is up. So that IB failure was maybe not the right idea. We have a naked VPOC at 58.27. Missed the asymmetrical trade re-entry here, which was a real dumb deal, and I would be scaled at this point. They seem like they're stumbling around quite a bit at this IB high. So are we doing the IB continuation? I don't know. Got quite a bit of excess up here at the top. Hmm. We're kind of getting the same situation on both sides. We've got lines in the sand right here and lines in the sand right here. And my butt in the dirt right here. What do we have going on here? We have a pennant, whatever that means. This would be shorting the hole. Yeah. I don't see any movement here. I used to have a button here for this trade viewer. I don't know what the deal is there. I guess I got mad at one point and got rid of it. I don't know. Tired of this thing doing that too. Well, we've definitely got a micro composite going on right here. I missed this entry up here, asymmetric entry for mean reversion. And we still have 163 living at 25. Whatever any of that means. Well, we are doing a pennant here. Flat bottom, sloping top, whatever that means. I think that's a bull flag. When it trends down and the bottom is flat, I think. Suggesting that they're going to want to trade up. We got delta, delta, sell delta, and buy. What do we got? We got 106 out. We got 7 out. Here was the big one. That's when I got clobbered right there.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I didn't really mean to do that,
Order
unfortunately.
submitted. Order submitted.
And I'm probably going to regret
Order
that
submitted.
pretty quick.
Order submitted.
I'm
Order
just trying to
submitted.
get my mouse positioned. But I will not move my stops as, as per the plan. But that's pretty irritating. Now, in rational terms, had I put this where I wanted to, the stop should have been up here. But moving the stop is not something I'm akin to do because it's like, breaking the rules. Let's see if we can get some headway made down here now. And that's likely we won't because we're coming right into this support area here. Next stop down would be below my target. Excuse me. And now if I wanted to be extra paranoid about this, I could bring the stop up to break even. But that would be Globex VWAP. Come on, a couple more ticks and we'll get our risk neutral scale. And then that will be pretty snazzy. I'm really torn now whether to pull this stop down to break the entry. Typically, I don't do that until I've gotten my scale. However, this is the high volatility setup, which is 24 ticks. Typically, I would have been scaled a long time ago. We'll see what happens. We'll see how this works out. And that Globex VWAP seems to be kind of in a previous micro composite. Oh, an original gap high. Oh, there's a lot of horse shit going on. A lot of horse shit going on over here. Just one more push down through there. Also, we got 140 contracts sitting here at 5. This consolidation's making me uneasy. Right there. All the same, right? There's 5 minutes. And maybe we're going to get the next push lower. Come on, let's break. Show everybody what a big shot you are. Let's go. Get down there to that risk neutral scale. Can't seem to get below that Globex VWAP and all of this support right here. Once we get through that down, then the next stop will be down here. We got this liquidity at 5 right below that, right below that down Globex VWAP. Previous gap high, the 12th. Now, whether any of that matters or not, who the hell knows? But I am narrating what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking. That's the point of this stream. Well, they got through those 5s. Some of them traded out anyway. Coming up to 11 o'clock, so that's may or may not be a good thing. We've just come through RTH 1, and we're not getting a lot of follow through off of this goddamn level here at 5s. I don't like the way this is consolidating here on this VWAP and this liquidity of 90 contracts. But it is what it is. I realize that you don't get any more intelligent after you get in a trade. But there are times like this when had I brought my entry, my stop to here, I'd be out scratch. Had I had a different risk neutral setup of the normal volatility, I would be scaled right there. And maybe that's what I ought to do, is bring that stop up, that target up to scale. And we'll see. Looks like we might make some headway here now. maybe. Let's hope. We're through 5s, it looks like. They keep adding. Suckers keep adding right here. Only need a couple more ticks here. 1.5 and we're scaled. Then it's helmet time and everybody's a happy guy. Most especially me. We are making lower highs and lower lows, if that's any indication. That damn VWAP and this 05s is, now they got, the sons of bitches got 150 down here below me now. Well, that's a good thing. That might get some, might get that liquidity magnet pulling down there. Seems to be really having trouble. Got through it here, and they added another 120 right there. Are they going to trade it out? That's the question. Yeah, they did. They traded it out. And we're double bottoming here now. God damn it. I don't know. Let it play out, I guess. Enjoy the cortisol rush. Oh, look at this. That's not such an encouraging maneuver there, is it? Oh, look at that. What in the hell was that? That's gotta be a report. And now we have just gotten our risk neutral scale off by the grace of I don't know what. That's pretty crazy. I don't know what the hell that was, but nothing at 11:05 that I know of. If they take it down, well, we'll see what we get. That's that's freaking a miracle there. And we got L1 down here. I mean, not L1. It's TP2. I don't know what to think about this or what that was. Or what to do at this point. I was going to bring my stops to here. We may get back up there. I'll bring my
Order submitted.
I'll bring my stop down to break even.
Order submitted. Order
and see
submitted.
if we go lower. Whatever that was a stroke of luck. Certainly not skill. I'm guessing it was some sort of news, a Trump tweet or something. And we don't seem to be able to get below the VWAP and mid. I'd like to see us get down here to this next target. We've got 166 contracts at 99s. Oh, this is a century number coming up. Well, that's going to be that's right where we stopped. That's right where we stopped. Try to see what the hell that was. No news. Well, Fed Cook is speaking, but I don't think that'd do it, but you never know. I'd like to see him take it down below this mid and VWAP. That'd be kind of nice, down to the previous VPOC and this low down, developing value area low down here. Oh, wait. The hell's happened there? Oh, nothing. Okay. There for a minute I was going, wait a second, I got taken out somehow or another and I don't even know it. Yeah, I don't know what this is all about here, but this doesn't look good to me. Likely stop. Likely stop out beats the shit out of me. Okay, get down there. I'm going to start trailing up, that's for sure. If we can get through this mid and VWAP now, if this thing will sell off like it's supposed to, like a good boy should. I'll trail to here. It doesn't seem to want to be going anywhere. I don't know. I don't know what's causing this unless it's got something to do with whoever that Fed guy is. I don't see any tweets or anything, so that's what it looked to me like. Come on, break through there. Come on, we don't need this VWAP reversal. Mid VWAP, whatever the hell you call it. Get down to this POC. Let's go down. Oh, look at that. Some more of it. Some more of this nonsense. Absorption. I don't know. I have no clue. I know where it's within one ticket being taken out of that stop. I think I'm going to bring this sumbitch up as fast as I can here. If we go anywhere, which I don't know what we're going to do one way or the other. And remember that I brought this up to break even, so, I mean to my entry. So, yeah. This is definitely an area where we've been doing a lot of consolidating. So I'm risk neutral, and this is just got the helmet on. I'm actually more than risk neutral, but I would like to get back even from that first stop. That's always the problem when the first trade of the day is a stop, and then I feel like I'm playing catch up the whole damn day, and I hate that. Boy, that Globex VWAP, son of a bitch, has that been a line in the sand, huh? If they can break through these, they're going to haul ass. But they don't seem to be able to. And what do we got? 11:11. This terrible time of day. Also important to bear in mind that this is the Friday before a holiday. As the noon hour approaches, liquidity is going to just dry up. Unless they can get one more bump down to that previous VWAP and mid, which seems to be a pretty hard line in the sand. And that's all of this shit right here from the morning. Well, this is kind of fun to see if it works out. Now, Rod or some of those guys would admonish me for bringing my stop to break even and not leaving it where it was, or bringing my stop to entry. Well, I wish you guys would just take it down through there one trip. One more rip would be just Jim Dandy. Down, may I point out. What have we done exactly? Well, we've migrated this piece of crap up is what we've done. Didn't notice that first. Sorry about that. So the VPOC is migrated up here. So has the full session VPOC. Now maybe that's enough to get them motivated to go down and price check at L3, which takes out that next stop. And I would bring my trail up to here. And yeah. It doesn't look like it, frankly. Looks like they're going to just waffle around over the top of this thing and probably get back up to that. Notice how my stop is just below the developing value area high. That's a bad place. That's an often tested level. If we can get around this hump, then we'll be around the hump. I don't know what to do. I'd like to see a burst down. That would be nice. This absorption shit here, I'm not crazy about what that's all about, but look up and they got absorbed up there. These are buyers absorbing all that selling. That's delta absorption if I read this right. So that's yeah. Come on. Get going down there. Stop doing this waffling around shit. Stop doing the waffle dance here. Well, now we need another. We're going to raise the tariffs on Apple to 50. That'd work. That would work. Well, Trump is going to sign executive orders at 12, so that's definitely not a good thing. And then Powell speaks at 13:40. So, not particularly a good sign here for further movement lower. About ready to just take the damn thing off and be done with it. Can't imagine waiting here 45 more minutes for Trump to start talking. And they can't get it below there. That's sell delta. That big round number is a bitch. Right there. VWAP, mid, big round number. Pretty big stretch to get down here to a price check at aisle 3 to retest that VPOC. Well, they just can't seem to break through there. And I'm not really sure why. Definitely under the consolidation. The hell is that? Well, that was the first trade I got. Pretty annoying, actually. it's annoying when this thing can move, 50 points in the blink of an eye. And I'm dying to have it go 5 points, and it's struggling with it. Struggling with it. Well, you sons of bitches. You just can't seem to go the right way. All right, there we go. Okay, so I was able to get back only half of my original loss. Held on for quite a long time. This is pretty incredible. A tick away, 2 ticks away, 3 ticks away. Finally got hammered. Yeah, I have no problem pulling that up. Why does it say we have a long? I don't know what's going on here, but I don't like the looks of this. This says there's a long going on here. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna remove the trading crap from my RT. Apparently it can. It apparently can't keep up. This is horse shit. Real irritating. I'm not in a trade. It says here that I'm long 2, but that's not the case. I'm not long 2. I'm not anything. I better not be anyway. Going on over here? What is this horse shit all about? That's going to really completely piss me off if the IRT has decided it's going to do something on its own and I don't know about it. Cancel didn't work. Flatten didn't work. I don't know what this is all about. Why it's not working, I don't know. Not responding. It's a crock of shit. This is supposed to be the account window. That's really annoying. God damn it. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let me see what's happening here. I don't want to be in a trade I don't think I'm in. Okay. All right. Okay. What was that TopStep shit?
Community college in Denver.
What?
Community
Yeah. Yes, that's the rates. That's the tuition chart. Tuition and fee chart 2025, 2026. Resident, non-resident. Oh, wait a minute. Resident, non-resident. That's the first place I looked. I don't know what's going on now, but I'm not having any fun, so I can't talk right now. Well, nothing seems to be working very right here, and I'm not having any fun, Mom. God damn it. Flatten. Oh. I need to. Is it just on back? Is it, or where is it?
body. I don't know.
On back, on skin, on belly, on face, on ears. Do you see that?
On back.
Dandruff and long hair cats can be a sign of underlying health issues or external factors. It's important to consult a veterinarian to determine the cause and appropriate treatment. Sure, sponsored by veterinarians. Food allergy, sensitivity, bacterial infection, parasites. I mean, they're going to give you every horrible thing. Dry indoor air. Gee, it's warm and we have the aircon all the time. Can dehydrate the skin, leading to dandruff. She cleans herself better than anybody I ever saw. Yeah, so if you want me to, first of all, I don't know if it's dandruff. We don't know if it's dandruff or if it's from the poop box in this litter. You understand?
No, that's not from leader.
You sure?
Skin.
You know that. Okay, well then we need to quickly call it. Well, I'm not having any fun. Well, I think that IRT is just fucked up, screwed up, sorry, because I got nothing in Rhythmic. If I'm reading, know how to do it right. I thought I had it figured out how to close any open accounts. Yeah, it should be. It's all done. It's IRT's upside down. Really getting sick of this shit. I'm about ready to dump both of these programs and just go back to something simple. Really. Sick and tired of it. This piece of shit doesn't have any problem working. And what happened here? There was our stop. I mean, hey, I have no problems, And it would have taken me out for the full stop right there. Well, you better get in there. I don't know. Ah, well, I don't know what the hell is going on over here either. This thing won't do anything. TopStep X wants to see text and images copied to the clipboard. and nothing works. Jesus Christ. What a crock of shit. I'm so tired of this. Always some bullshit drama. Well, all this is not supposed to be there. There used to be a button that hid all that. I don't know what the hell happened to it. Oh, I got two of them now. That's how it used to be. And what happened to this account shit? Well, there's the accounts. I don't know. When it works, it works. And when it doesn't work, it's just annoying as hell. So now I got the viewer, the trade markery things or notes or whatever the hell they are. This is working. That's working. That's correct. That's right, I guess. I don't know. Do they do that with cats? I know they do drinking stuff with dogs. Yeah, you can't even go to the veterinarian. You want to put him in a dryer. I'm in the shower. Okay. Cut my hair. Okay, Sam. But Sam has to get. What time is it? And when's your friend Gwen Sight coming? does Abe come? 12:30. He's coming at 12:30. Well, that whole thing sucked, but I'm, stuck to my guns, and I don't like being down, but what are you going to do? I'm not going to trade up. This, we're getting up in mean reversion country again, where we were before. And then his pinkness is going to, the orange one is going to be talking at the top of the hour. Never mind. Have a good holiday. Well, are we going to get up here for a mean reversion, top down? I would say no. We're trading towards the gap close. Yeah, Panda, I'm talking about you. They're trading it up to that gap close. Now, I would say the danger of tweets is exponential there, but Baker Hughes rig count is out and their rigs are down. 12, no, 8 rigs. It was 473 and today's 465. And don't forget that Powell was speaking at 1430. Oh, 1340. Dyslexia reigns supreme. And Trump is doing the executive order mambo again. Powell was speaking on the 25th. I didn't catch that one. How do they feel about you?
Working.
My booking.
Are you working now?
No. I was just reading something. Somebody sent me an email. Here.
Oh, I want to lie down a bit. I'm tired. I don't want to stay. Stand up, okay? Why?
It's fine. No problem. I don't care if you ever look over. I wouldn't have ever looked there if it wasn't been for you saying it's what you wanted to do. No problem. You were talking about 99 is what made me think. Yeah, so what this says is 8 years in business, service Houston, background check, Aussie Pet Mobile, it's called. Now, where did I see the part about? I thought I read something about it, but first I saw Aussie and then that was the end. I didn't read. I saw something about it in. Yeah, guess what, Benda? Mom's getting you a haircut or a barber treatment, or not that. Beauty treatment. Yeah, you're loving the beauty deal.
No, he just
You love the beauty deal?
did that.
Cat bathing, cat ear cleaning, cat grooming and styling, cat nail trimming, dog anal gland expression, dog bathing and blow dry. Well, there was something I read. Damn it. It had to be here. All about our special thing, does this and that wonderful stuff. Oh, weird. Where did I see that? Could I have made that up? Oh, strange. Huh. Well, that is so weird. I read this whole thing about stress-free or special temperature control hydro something or another bathing thing, and weird. And now I don't see it at all. Pretty strange. Gotta close this. Is this okay if I go like that? Too bright for my for me to read over here. Well, that is just freaking strange. Huh. Yeah, stress-free grooming for cats. Our innovative mobile design and heated hydro bath assures a great experience for your cat. That's what I read. Just what we need. A great experience. Now, the only problem is it's in Australia.
But coming this house you looking for. Nobody around you.
Yeah, well, I looked at one of those in in Wyoming.
Huh? Nobody around you.
Yeah.
You can.
The problem I don't like with that is there's no trees and it's out in the middle of no place. Flats, I don't like that because it's not good. There's nothing to stop the wind. What?
Going now. you.